Good evening, chat. Where am I? There I am. Happy Friday to us all. Be it the beginning or the end. The work week is almost done. Congratulations. Morning, Shadow. I almost said morning, Wolf. Evening, Wolf. Nice to see you both here. Hope you've had good weeks so far. I surprisingly did. I put in for leave, as I mentioned in the Discord yesterday. So I've taken the first, how long? The first 3 weeks of September off. Well, strictly speaking, I've taken 3 weeks and 1 day, with the intention of going back to work on the Tuesday, so I don't have to go back on a Monday. Just because I don't want to do that, you know? It's not like obviously it doesn't matter, but yeah, it's just a bit nicer if I don't have to do that, you know? Anyway. How about you guys? How has your weeks been so far? How's the first week back at work, Shadow? How's that been treating you? Back on night shift, if I remember correctly? That's probably a little bit rough. Let us open up. Well done. Yeah, I imagine, and night shift probably wouldn't help either. I'm seeing Oppenheimer on Sunday with my brother. I'm looking forward to that. It was originally going to be tomorrow, but plans changed, so. No, that is a definite benefit about working outside of normal times. You can go and do things, you know, like go to the bank, for example, which is very hard otherwise if you're working, you know, your regular 9 to 5. I mean, I've heard good things about both. I've heard that Barbie is a lot more existential than you might think to begin with. There's a lot of kind of questioning of purpose and stuff like that in it. Ah, yeah, it would be. That's part of the reason I'm taking the first couple of weeks off, because those are the non-school holidays, at least for New South Wales, down in Australia. So I'll be able to enjoy like going to the mountains west of Sydney for a little bit without the school kids. And also it means I can get at my aunt's. I made the mistake of tabbing into Horizon while it was still loading in. Now it's gone and crashed the OBS a little bit. Oh, lovely. I never was able to, well, I never got into like ramen noodles, and now I can't really get into them because they're all, you know, wheat-based noodles. It's one of those things where I'm just like, that's kind of disappointing. I would have liked to maybe have tried them. But I never really got into that kind of cup noodle stuff. Hell yeah, bro. Why not, right? That's right, we were driving this Sagris? The car. Opal Mantra is what we unlock, and we are using the 2010s for 2010s for A800. Lovely. Well, there's, I mean, A800, there is a lot we could choose from. That is pretty cheap, 69p. That's about $1.20. There's not much you could buy for $1.20 down here. Certainly not much that would be classified as like a somewhat full meal. Maybe obviously not healthy, but at least somewhat filling. There's a lot of choice in this one, and that is a little bit to my detriment because I don't know what I want to do with it. With all this choice. We could break out the Falcon GTF. I don't know if I've touched that car before. In this one. Let's try that. Let's have a look. Thanks for having me back, Anna. I know we did. We turned it into the highway suit car. It's rally as well. Okay, that does change things slightly. We could try a ute. It's not your first car you think of when you think of rally, but I think we can make it more rally. Ah, classic. We can put on a body kit. Oops, sorry. I think, yeah, adds about 50 kilos to it. Nah, that's not. We will drive-train swap it. Oh, the LES one would be a good one too. No, I don't know. No, we're committed. Let's do this. Let's do this. No, sorry, why? Definitely going to need a spoiler at the back. BMW M2. Let us check, shall we? I mean, if it's in the 2010s, in theory it should be. Damn it. I hit B too many times. Just a brief musical interlude there, chat. BMW. I mean, yeah, it should be. It's 718. I think that's basically stock. I really don't know what to do. We could also go Renault Megane. That's pretty rally adjacent. Is this too much choice? I think that's the problem I've got. Go a trusty MX-5. We do have a lot of them. We've got 4 of them. C63S, which we haven't used yet. Renault Clio. The MG3. That could be nice. Like, a lot of these cars I have not touched at all. Like the Charger SRT Hellcat, haven't touched. Did I already touch the Pursuit? Yes, I did. There's two of them. We could just, if only that was Rally, then we could just take that out. I think maybe the Renault, either the Megane or the Clio. I think is what we do. I think that's the closest to a decision we're going to make at this point. No, sorry, manufacturer. Renault. I think I'm going to try and do it myself. And see how much I end up regretting that. Question is, do we want to go the Clio? Oh. No, how do I... There we go. The Clio or the Megane? Let's go the Megane. Prepare for the quick camera changes, chat. I mean, partially because it is kind of in Jow colors. It is kind of calling to me a little bit. Okay, so naturally all-wheel drive. Not a huge amount we can do engine-wise, unfortunately. Put the rear wing on. Put on the rally tires. Make them thick. Thick and wide. Make them stop. Make it high. The other thing is, will this actually get to... No, it should do. Will this actually get to the top of A-Class? That's the other thing we need to actually consider. Because if not, well then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, it should do. I mean, you gotta have the anti-lag on your rally car, right? Came in the rally DLC. Gotta add it in. Top of A-Class. Alright, I was not convinced that was going to happen. I'm glad it did. I'm going to just take it onto the road a little bit and see if it's actually tolerable to drive before we give it the old paint job. Okay, so there is definite understeer. Okay. And toe out in there. Increase the rear stiffness a wee bit. I think that's pretty good otherwise. Yeah, I think this is working out all right, actually, chat. We've got a proper WRC car looking thing here now, I reckon. Now, on that note, let's make it look a bit more WRC. Ooh, well, I missed it somehow. Okay, time to design. Paint the car. I like the color, but ideally I would like it in like a 0.05, 0.81 in metallic. Because I like it to look a little bit pretty under the lights. 0.05, 0.81. I think that looks alright. It's hard to tell. It's not really great conditions for this situation. It would be better if we were in like a hangar or something indoors, you know? Can't paint them. And paint these, though. I've been thinking about weird things like merch and stuff. I've been thinking about the kind of dazzle pattern camouflage that is kind of affiliated with the channel. So I'm thinking of trying to do something along that line for this car. So if we do that, now we'll give it a quick copy. Cheeky paste. We're going to be a lot of changing between paint zones for this. Like that pretty much lines up. We'll paste it here. And tell me I have to go to the top just for that part there. Unless it's on this. It was. Okay, well, we fixed it. Nope. Paste. Apparently it was at such a shallow angle. Still gets caught there. Okay, let's put in a new one now. It's really only been since I started streaming that I really put any effort into the liveries. Before this, I just really didn't care that much. TBH. I just kind of, if it looked good enough, it was good enough, you know? But now that I'm actually showing it off to people, intentionally or otherwise, I feel a lot more reason to actually kind of try. How does that? Trying to figure out how I line that up. I guess I'd have to shrink it, perhaps? Do it in 2 bits. We could do. No, shrink it the other way. There you go. I make it big again. Take it down south. Might have to use the old masking tool. Annoyingly. Shouldn't be this hard to scale. It's annoying that it's got such a kind of Reno butt, so it's not straightforward. So if we copy this and paste it, and we move that there, so we make it much smaller. Yeah, get right up in there. That'll do. Okay, let's start one on the roof this time. Let's copy you. Let's paste you. Flip it the other way. Just condemn myself to the same shenanigans over here again. That was probably unwise. Kinda eyeballing this one, chat. And I think that's pretty good. Just gonna put some in at the front. Does look kind of cool with that almost like scar over its eye there on that headlight. Does kind of give it a tough look, which I do enjoy actually. Excuse me. Okay, let's do one on this side this time. A bit more like that so it can go across the bonnet. What? That was... Forget how loud that is. That is really loud. That reverb is something else. Yeah, it was. It was really loud. I don't know why. I also wonder if I made these too thin. I want to do one that goes across the bonnet. Where are you? There you are. Could have also made them different widths now that I think about it. That would have been perhaps more interesting. Oh, you can barely see it there on that on the A pillar. It has to be centered. We could just move it over here. Then angle it that. There's not actually too much on this side all of a sudden. Also, it did start the whole thing. It didn't really keep up. That looks thicker, doesn't it? I think means we might be coming at it, yeah, two angles. There we go, that's better. It's kind of like a badly wrapped mummy now that I look at it. The front looks pretty neat. Might just do one more over here. Kind of like that. Yeah, that works. Oop, I put two down. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. But you're 100% correct. I think it may have also been a bit more interesting if they were not all the same thickness. Nope, nope, nope. More angle. There we go. Now we've got to have that somehow turn up on the back side, I think. Straighter. That matches the thickness. That's approximately correct. Definitely interesting. I don't think there's any denying that. The other thing is, we could make them different colors. Now, we could make some of them white, perhaps. Or grey, even. What if we tried that out? What if we made this one white? And connects to this one. We also make white. Next to this one. We also make white. Okay, so there's a little bit of dynamism. I'm gonna make this one gray. And that one connects to this mess over here. When do we connect over here? This one. That one go? The one that connects to... I'm missing one on the front, on the bonnet. This here should have one connecting to it, but it doesn't. Whoopsie daisy. I'll disconnect you in a moment if you're not careful, Forza. Alright, me for the inactivity, will you? Be so active in a moment. Okay. What if we do that one in grey also? Then connects to that one. We do this one in white. Then equates to that one. Then equates to this one. I'm gonna just save it. I'm just gonna cut our losses. We've been doing this for a while now. I still don't know if it's quite right, but we tried, you know? And sometimes that's half the effort, half the battle. Of course, it's probably daytime outside now. No, it's not. I mean, it does have a certain something to it. Yeah, I do. I am a fan of the simple geometric design. What was that? What was that on the ground on the left? This lantern thing that I'm running over. Is it just a light? Oh, it's just a light. Okay. I guess I've just never driven past it. Yeah, I think this may have worked a bit better on a Lamborghini or something, which is a bit more angular. I think this car is a little bit too curvy in its shape. Should have a quick peek in here. Yeah, sure, I'll buy a t-shirt with a dinosaur on it, why not? And let's go. I think I might change the differential a little bit, turn it down. So I think it is affecting the handling under acceleration, which is leading to that understeer. That feels a lot better. I feel like the nose is going a lot more where I want it to now. Could also just be the placebo effect. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I think if anything, we probably didn't go hard enough. I think you would probably want it to be like 50-50. The stripes and the orange color behind it. My day was pretty good, actually. I enjoyed it. Surprisingly. I kicked some goals at work, which is always a nice feeling. Got my hair cut, which is something I've been meaning to do for 2 weeks now. Getting a little bit long. Went for a jog/run after work. Oh, I had a bleeding nose in the shower this evening, which I haven't had forever. I haven't had a bleeding nose for years. And I mean, as we all know, blood in the shower is a little bit disconcerting because you're like, where's this coming from? Why am I bleeding? And then when you narrow it down to your face, you're like, oh, well, that's not too much better. And then I narrowed it down to my nose. I was like, oh, okay, that's acceptable. Weird, but acceptable. That's a place that is known to bleed from. But for the most part, it was a good day. I had a dinner with someone from the Bible study last night, which was lovely. I filled up with petrol before it went up in price today last night as well, which was really nice. Saved like 10 cents at least. And then obviously the leave going through is very nice. Something to like look forward to. Absolutely it is. And particularly, like if it was like a mum and pop shop or whatever, you know, where you know the money is at least more needed, I'd be like, fine, sure, that's okay. But Shell, British Petroleum, you know, Caltex, all of those, don't need my money. So I will pay as little as humanly possible, thank you very much. How about you, Wolf? How's your day and or week been? And same for you, Shadow. How's your day and or week been? And anyone else in the chat who wishes to share? I have been poo-pooing this a little bit, but the stripe that goes over the right front headlight does kind of go pretty hard. Always fascinating seeing what people bring when there's this open array of what you can bring. I enjoy that immensely. Though I do wonder if I'm the only one who was prepared or forewarned that it was off-road. At least in part. The RS7 really skipped the memo. Caterham just shooting off the line. What's wrong with your driveway? What are you looking to have done? And what does carb cleaning involve? Is it just like cleaning down a stovetop where there's a lot of spraying and wiping, or is it more kind of like sanding and stuff like that? Okay, we've already lost 2 people who probably discovered that it was off-road more than it was on-road. So thank you very much for that warning, Shadow. I appreciate that immensely. Pre-warned is prepared, after all. I don't know if that's an actual saying, but it sounds like it should be one, right? Oh, yeah, okay. It sounds pretty involved then. On both counts. Completely resurfacing the driveway and stripping and cleaning the individual bits of a carburetor. That guy in the caterum just has shot ahead. Absolute gun. I didn't even think of using a caterum. I mean, obviously because I was paralyzed by choice as it was, but still. I mean, more to the point, I didn't even know the caterum came out in 2010. I'd always pegged that as more of one of those cars from like the 90s that never ends. I do like those kind of tasks, yeah. Those somewhat menial tasks where it's just like you don't really have to have your whole mind on it. There is something nice about those kind of things. Okay, we're slightly lacking in speed. But when it comes to the actual rally stuff, I think we're in a pretty good position. Well, we got the W. That's the important part. Oh dear. Well, that's not gonna help the old bank account, I imagine. You've been looking one for a while, haven't you? Weren't you looking for a Daimler? Or like a very old Mercedes pump or something like that? Literally 6 months ago, at least. I feel like one of our first interactions you were talking about, you were going to like a car meet. Yeah, Daimler oil can, that's the one. Okay, we've lost another person, the GT4. Okay. Let's see if we can do it in 2. Jumble, that's what it was. I feel like that's a very English word, jumble. I don't know what I don't know what it would be called here though. Car boot sale, perhaps? mean, it is Australia, so it'll probably just be very straightforward. This is a second-hand sale. For Jummy, even better. And again, it could just be that... Oh, for flip's sake. That's going to affect the old situation, ain't it? I mean, I always love a good church fete or whatever, particularly if they've got a white elephant going on. Okay. Like a swap meet almost. I'd never heard of a bring and buy before, but it's quite a literal name when you think about it. It makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, I mean, I love... If I can, I often prefer to buy second-hand things. Outside of things with like inbuilt batteries, like a laptop or a phone, 9 times out of 10 I will look at a second-hand market first. Ah, yeah. The old garage sale kind of thing. Really seeing the lack of our... Oh, goodness gracious, Joe. Really seeing the lack of our top end. Just get me across the finish line. At least we didn't DNF. Just. But we're gonna have to do one more race, obviously. All because I went slightly wide on one flag. I gotta get better at that. I do that so often. I'm just so desperate to cut that corner. Is she looking to downsize or what? Because I mean, they are big cars, Range Rovers, right? Howdy ho! Gundulher? Is that correct? Am I saying that at least somewhat close to accurate? Welcome on in. Gun works even better. Thank you very much for the simplification, Gun. I appreciate that immensely. Today is pretty good. It's a Friday. Work's over for the next 2 days. It's good. How about you, Gun? How's Friday and all the week been for you? Yeah, I had a feeling it might be like that. Then again, one of my aunts has the opposite problem. She's had her knees replaced recently, but for a while she's had dicky knees. And she drives a Forester, so she doesn't have to step down too much to get in the car. So it's almost, I guess, like the opposite direction. Come on, Antonian. Hot on your tail. Thank you. Just make sure you keep the meter running in the traffic. And I think you want to have like a bottle of water and some mints in the back seat as well. I think that's what you do for 5 stars. Okay, well, so far so good. You woke up. Beaded seat cover, of course, of course. Damn, son. I don't know if I mentioned it last stream, but obviously some of you weren't here regardless, so I'll mention it again. My mother, last weekend, gave me a mattress topper that they aren't using anymore because they got rid of their king single bed. And oh my goodness, it is divine. What it is it's like a fitted sheet, except with doona on the top. So it's like a layer of doona, yes. Based off of that, it is incredible. And I am 100% a convert. I was so dubious when I first tried it out, because I'm not a huge doona person. And when I was just, you know, testing it out, it did just feel like lying on doona. But after a while, when like the temperature regulates between like the doona, the kind of mattress level, and yourself, oh, it's so nice. It is incredibly difficult to get out of bed in the morning now. I 100% recommend it. I'm just gonna delete these messages because I've been here forever. It is really nice. I 100% recommend it, Gun. Yeah, I almost said Jow. I almost referred to myself in the third person there. Been a longer week than I thought it has been, chat. I'll send that as a gift. That's a kind of cool car. Welcome, comrade. Okay, what else are we doing in the Festivale?
Who likes good news, everyone? Then good news, everyone!
Thank you very much for the follow. Gun, I'm glad you like what you see. Or you at least tolerate it. So that is Retro Saloons, and that is Classic Rally. Well, let's get Classic Rally out of the way first. It's a little bit slower. Both fine choices of car. We'll have to downgrade it a little bit. All road races, even better. Alright, let's go find a house. I don't know. I'm going to say probably not, Gun. Not tonight, at least.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
I do like the Alpine. Well, the Alpines, full stop. The new one in particular, I quite like the look of.
400 meters, turn left.
Probably because the designer of it, I think, is like 6'7" or whatever. And he designed it explicitly to fit himself. So as an individual who is 6'4", I'm like, oh, that's nice. I should be able to fit comfortably in that.
400 meters. Turn sharp left.
Not that I've had the opportunity to fit into many sports cars full stop, but nice to know someone out there is looking out for you.
In 400 meters. Turn left.
We're going to have to chuck out all the upgrades on this one, I reckon, and start again.
Turn left.
Take it back to the OG. Okay. Take that off again. Yeah, we'll go for a tow hook, maybe? I'll have a tow hook. That's a bit much. Okay, let's go street tires. Let's get some thick street tires at the back. Some good brakes. Some race suspension. Some anti-rolls. Some gearbox shenanigans. We're not going to be able to do too much otherwise. Almost fell out of your car, it sounds like. That'll do. Not a hugely quick car, but it doesn't have to be, it just has to be quick enough. I do kind of miss those vinyl or like fabric roofs. I've always preferred fabric roof to a metal roof convertible, for example. I know it's a different thing we're talking about here, but I do like that kind of two-tone roof look. Alright, where are we actually going for this event? Yes, there are subtitles. Just in case someone needs them, I thought I'd put them on a couple of months ago. You never know. Or if you want to watch me in silence and just get the subs. Cartoon. Hearing. Wow, okay, we can probably take that down just a touch. Alignment. Do that. Do this. Do that. And that. Let's try that out. Feeling a bit more directional. Ignore the fact that I ran off the road there. That was intentional, obviously. I wouldn't drive off the road unintentionally, chat. That would just be foolish for a pro gamer like myself.
Turn left. Turn left.
Well, if nothing else, we can stop quickly.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Oopsie daisy. Okay, so it's... the tires are sticky enough that we're not drifting around these corners, which is nice. Still got a long way to go though, chat. 7 Ks. We're sending it as hard as we can too. It's not like we're trying to dawdle. There's only so much you can do with... wrong button. I meant to hit down, not up. There's only so much you can do with...
In 400 meters, turn right.
like 90 kilowatts.
Turn right.
Certainly no more than 100. I hope we're all excited for... I think it's next week, right? Yeah, I hope we're all excited for next week when we get the new car companies turning up. Philanus is finally arriving at the party. I'll be interested to see what they're bringing to the table. Yeah, I think Lancia is definitely going to be the most anticipated one. I think Alfa Romeo might be a close second.
400 meters, turn left.
I think I'm most interested in what Fiat's going to be bringing because I really don't know what they'd be bringing.
Turn left. In 200 meters, turn right.
I mean, I think everyone will be. I'm interested to see how they're going to roll it out.
Right.
If it'll be done through the festival playlists. Like each week you unlock a new car or two or whatever. That's how you unlock the Lancia Stratos or the Fiat 500 like Gun suggested there. Or if it'll be just a kind of unceremonious dump onto the auto show. Yeah, or like Mazda way back in Horizon 2. Yes, so do I. The Alfa Romeo Giulia, the sedan, I'd be interested in seeing again. Or like the Alfa Romeo GT from the early 2000s. I remember seeing that a lot on Wheel of Fortune as a prize down here. Yeah, that's the larger of the two SUVs, isn't it, that Alfa Romeo makes? Yeah, again, I'd love to have that too. I mean, if they're really taking requests, I'd love to have the Alfa Romeo Mito. I think I'd be the only one who wants it.
400 meters, turn right.
But I'm always a sucker for another hot hatch.
Turn right.
Or the Bearer. Yeah, Brera. That's the one. It's a weird looking car though. I do agree with you though. I've got such a soft spot for it. Principally due to Need for Speed Carbon. But it is a funny looking car. It's almost like the Sirocco in some respects, but just with a fatter ass. Alright, let's see what we can do. And then obviously the more classic cars, well, not classic, I guess, but love to see the Alfa Romeo 4C again. 8C. Yeah. I forgot about how they used to call them that. Yeah. The 155 and the 159 as well. Oh yeah, there was that classic Alfa Romeo, wasn't there, from like the 60s or something, that used to be absolutely goated in terms of like just going so fast in this game. That was like the car to use to get speed traps done. I think it was in like Horizon 3 or 4, I can't remember which. Yeah, that sounds kind of right, Shadow. I can't remember though. Being a hipster bastard that I am, I didn't really use it. Gotta try and be different. Bit unique. Let's overtake this Swede. That sounds right. And as for a Bath, obviously I'd be interested in the 500. Fiat 500 Abarth. The what is it, the Abarth 124, the kind of MX-5 knockoff? The P3, I think that's what it was. I feel like that was the one that everyone was using for the speed traps, but maybe I'm wrong. It was definitely an old Alpha, but I feel like it was the P3. They've got a comfortable lead. Not enormous, but, you know, comfortable. I just hope they've been able to choose good cars. To bring, not just being given some really kind of meh ones. That's the one, the Spider. Yeah, I like it. It's a good looking car. Oh yes, you mentioned that the last time we were talking about this. I want the Fiat Bambino as well. Yes, I do like a nice little hot hatch, and I won't say no to the Fiat Abarth. Particularly if it's got a nicer engine swap than just the Turbo Rally. Maybe. I mean, it would make sense as like a counter to the Mini Countryman. I would like
Arcade
to
will begin.
also get the Fiat Bambino, the original 500 from way back when. Again, ideally with a nicer engine upgrade than just a
Safe to do so.
turbo rally. Yeah, the Panda, that was another one I was going to mention. Basically, just any of the Fiat library that is somewhat boring. If it's got a nice engine swap, I'll be very interested in.
400 meters. Turn left.
I mean, that has to come, right, Gun? I feel like that is the Lancia, right? The Lancia Stratos. That is, I feel like that is absolutely their, like, 911, you know? Ah, okay. Well, I mean, that is a good sign. That also sounds to me like maybe they had this all lined up and then Stellantis, I don't know, threw a hissy fit or something.
Arrived at your destination.
But yeah, I mean, if they added in Lancia and didn't add the Stratos, I feel like there'd be a riot. I was just about to say, I was thinking about Skoda. I would love a Skoda VRS. Oh, it's a diesel over there. And again, we don't actually... We've only got the... Currently, we've only got the Octavia VRS and I think the Superb. And some of the SUVs have a VRS too. The Fabia used to have a VRS when it... I don't think it's even called the Fabia anymore. Back in like 2010. Give me the Nissan Cube and give me the ability to put the GTR engine in it or something. I want to break the sound barrier in a Nissan Cube. Well, I mean, the other thing I would like for the Nissan Cube, if we're taking requests, is I would like a Liberty Walk body kit on it. Thank you. Oh, that was that concept car, the Toyota Pod, right? That looks kind of like a toaster. I think one of the annoying things about Forza Horizon's car selection is that they are all the sports version of the cars, which is not inherently an issue, but does mean that things like the Suburban, for example, would just not be considered, because I'll admit, I'm not au fait with the Suburban's vehicle lineup, but I doubt there's like a GT version of the Suburban. But maybe there is. It is surprising that we don't have Lincolns, but there aren't really that many... Are there many Lincolns in production these days? I mean, you've got like the Navigator, right? But outside of that? Yeah, and that is one thing I do quite enjoy about certainly the older Need for Speeds. It's a bit less of the case in the newer ones. But the fact that they add into like in Underground 2, for example. Admittedly, they are still the sportier cars, but they're still really quite mundane. At least the starter cars are. Like a 240SX, Peugeot GTI, 207 GTI, all that kind of stuff. And it makes it feel a little bit more real as a result, but a bit more almost attainable. I mean, don't get me wrong, this game is quite literally the only way I will drive basically any car over $100,000 in value. So I do not begrudge them for having like Bugattis and what have you in the game, but I would also like to have the Toyota Corolla.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Or the just the more kind of boring cars, but give me some cash money ways to upgrade them. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you, Shadow. I saw a Toyota Century a couple of weeks ago. Maybe even a month or so ago. I've never seen one in real life. It was very cool. Admittedly, it was unfortunately on the side of the road, so I couldn't actually go and give it the old once over with the eyeballs properly, but very cool to see one in the flesh. Toyota Century, very cool. I mean, give me a Toyota, I don't know what it's called overseas, but a Toyota Tarago, the Toyota People Mover. Let me slap a VR6 in that bad boy or something. Let's go. I think I mentioned it before, but I still reckon they should somehow, admittedly it's a bit more complicated now that there's a war going on, but I would have found it hilarious if they somehow found a way to add Lada into the game. Thank you, Gun. Great minds. Yeah, all of those. Or, what was the other one? ZIL. I think it was the Soviet equivalent of Mercedes. If for whatever reason they set a Forza Horizon in Germany, I demand that they have East German cars in that as well. I think they do trucks, but there was also a ZIL limousine, which was used by like Politburo members and general secretaries and the like. I think it kind of stands out to me because it had a weird name. I might just fix. Why did I suddenly become New Zealand? Fact check that after this race. Was the Mini Cooper allowed? I would have definitely taken the Mini Cooper if I knew that. Oh, it's the Peanuts car. Yeah? I'd happily have all of these weird cars. Oop, a little bit sideways there. I think there are a lot of weird cars out there that would make a fantastic addition to this game. I think it's just a problem that I don't know if it's necessarily that Playground Games is reaching out for that, but I think it's also the fact that these companies don't want to necessarily give them that. I mean, I feel like that kind of makes sense a little bit, in that maybe that was more because of the English stuff, so they don't necessarily want to pay the licensing fees again. But it definitely is a bummer. I mean, I feel like you'd have to have the SD1 in Forza Horizon 4, right? In an English set Forza. I just love the fact that it had the MGB twin cam. Because that was a car that I've actually touched. My father had a MGB. And yeah, so I've actually like walked around and I've seen it. So it was nice to actually see one that actually drove. I do wonder how much of it is that MG doesn't kind of care to give that to them, and how much of it is that maybe Playground Games isn't asking for it. I mean, I'm not surprised that they added the MG3, because that is the car that MG is currently selling. And it is awful. Like in real life, the actual car inside is quite nice. You know, it's got a nice infotainment system and stuff, but it's got a terrible 4-speed gearbox. Yeah, I mean, SsangYong, particularly if we could get that god-awful people mover again. Basically, I just want people mover racing in the game. And if, now that I think about it, if we're looking for people movers, get me the R-Class in the game. The Mercedes R-Class. Retro Saloons. The Espas, of course, if we're doing people movers, has to be there. Actually, I'm just gonna treat myself. Yeah, the Ford S or C Max, whichever one. All of these cars. I'd love to have. Particularly if you give me the option to slap a honking big V8 in them or something. Chrysler Grand Carnival, I think is the other one. Kia something or other. The Kia Carnival. Is it really the Chrysler Grand Carnival as well? Surely not. I mean, the Delcia would be a fantastic addition. It would be a fantastic addition to the Mitsubishi Delcia. Off-road wagon? Hell yeah. It would have made sense to add it in the last update where they put all those kind of off-roading, camping stuff. And we're just going to have a quick ad break now. I'm going to get another drink. I advise you to do the same. And we'll be back here in 3 minutes to get a retro saloon for the next event. I'll leave you with these lovely images of the Alpine. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, we're back. Thank you for lurking, Gun. I appreciate it immensely. Don't feel like you have to partake in conversation. Just being here is huge. So thank you very much for sticking around. Okay, what is a retro saloon? And also, what are we going to? What's the limit? B700. Yeah, and it gives you the older cars often give you a much larger leeway to actually do something with, you know? Like, I'm tempted by the Turbo Bentley, just because it has so much headroom in terms of PI. We could pretend to be ASAP Rocky from Need for Speed Unbound and get the 190E going on again. But I'm thinking the Turbo R. Let's get a little bit classy up in here. .305s in the rear. Semi-slicks. Get some 20-inch rims. Because we be ballin'. Hell yes. So ballin'. Let's try it without the wing. See how much we regret that. Wow, look at the acceleration. Goes from 3 to 3.8. Oh, I'm in the way. Goes from 3 to 3.8. Look at that. Fantastic addition. I mean, yeah, it looks like... Yeah, 2.5 metric tons, basically. 2.4 metric tons. Damn. Okay, we can get a sport transmission. Maybe we do that transmission, and then we come back here and take the tires down a notch. To sport. Yeah, many cows died for this car. 100%. Okay, now we sound better. I mean, there's probably also, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some gold in there, or at least on the option list. I'm thinking we want to paint it though. Yeah, and I'm thinking British Racing Green. Oh, that does look very pimp though. I know where this red... Oh, it's the pinstripe down the side. I think. It does look very pimp. Get rid of that. Actually, what we could do is go really swag. And go for one of the precious metals. I feel like gold. like a Saddam Hussein. If Saddam Hussein had a Bentley. Let's do that. I think that's suitably gaudy. Festival playlist. Oh, luckily it's not too far away.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 meters, turn sharp left.
I'm getting a hell of a lot of torque. 730 torque, but only about 280 maybe kilowatts at the absolute most. Okay, the gearing seems fine. I'm going to leave the alignment like that because I do think the extra camber adds to this, the ballingness. Let's really slam this to the ground. Yeah, we are asking this car to do something it is not really meant to do.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
This is meant to compete with Rolls-Royce, not with Aston Martin. Let's go a bit James Bond. That was a pretty good landing, actually, all things considered. Come on. Come on. What's going on? What are we caught on? I honestly have no idea what's going on here. I don't know what's happening there. I think I probably would also. It's fine. Flip's sake. Gonna be one of those sections, unfortunately, chat. Let me get back on screen so you can enjoy PNG Tuber, because you sure as hell ain't enjoying this driving. Let me get down. What am I stuck on? Come on the wheels. There we go. I look like a crumpled up soda can now. Just how Mr. Bentley no doubt wanted it to be.
400 meters, turn left.
Like in the game, you mean? A racing series for luxury vehicles? Because I would get behind that.
Left.
I feel like there's not many stock racing series in the sense that they're taking Outside of like the MX-5 series or those Porsche ones where they use a Cayman or whatever. But I would definitely, in this game or otherwise, drive a S-Class around. Whilst I poo-pooed it, I was quickly curious about the S-Class Maybach in Need for Speed Unbound. But I never had the money, the disposable income to just kind of try it out on a whim. That is absolutely ballin' as hell, that car. Probably should have color-coded the rims, though. Peasant. I would ask if this was more accurate to like how a Rolls Royce or a Bentley is. So instead of hearing the engine rev, you just heard nothing because it was like almost perfectly silent and smooth, just surging acceleration instead. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that's partly why they've often had V12 engines, because they're incredibly smooth. Like, wasn't there I feel like there's been an unofficial test for like Rolls-Royce engines or something where you have to leave a champagne glass on them or something, a filled champagne glass, and if and it has to be able to operate like at top speed without shaking the champagne flute. I feel like that's a thing. It is adequate. If Sir has to ask, Sir cannot afford. I think I'd definitely go for a Bentley over a Rolls-Royce, going back to your previous comment. Just because I feel like a Rolls-Royce is very much the kind of car that you shouldn't drive yourself. It's the kind of car that you should be driven in. Whereas I think a Bentley, particularly if it's like a Continental or whatever, is the kind of car that you can drive yourself. Or I will allow you to drive yourself in. Oh, bit of a backlog there. Don't know why. We just decided to stop. We've had enough. No more racing, sorry. Let's get the city one over and done with. Probably a little bit closer anyway. It's far too noisy in here. This is what it should sound like in here. This is much more accurate to the Bentley experience. Only the slightest hint that there was an engine involved. Anyway, let's go back to the reality, I guess. It's also wild. This is on 65% volume overall, and it is still so much louder than Need for Speed Unbound was. I don't know why that game was so quiet.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 200 meters, turn right.
Oh, it gotta arrive in style, right?
Turn right.
Have the chauffeur also in fursuit.
200 meters.
Get the door for you when you arrive as well.
Turn left. The next Horizon Arcade event.
Dark Frost, how are you?
Any minute now. Enjoy.
Welcome on in. May not be the kind of car for the speed zone. Oh, should look at the road as well. Ah, well, that's a little bit of a shame, but at least it's the last day of the work week, hopefully. We've got the weekend ahead. But thank you for dropping in, though, on your the little time you have between now and work. Appreciate it.
Turn sharp left.
I'm trying to think what car would I want to turn up if I was going to like really make a splash. I mean, if I really wanted to make a splash, I think particularly with your colors, Shadow, I think the best car, maybe even just like possible, the best car possible for you would be, do you recall the Maybach Accelero concept car? I don't know if it was ever actually made, but I feel like that car would suit you and your persona to a T. To an absolute T. I think this is going to be incredibly rough, chat, in this car. It's a point where I'm almost questioning whether I take something else. But who dares wins, right? Let's jump in Saddam's old car. The Dictator-mobile 5000. I mean, it would make accommodation a lot easier. A lot easier. I mean, of course, the other option is you turn up in the opposite, and I think you could still make a splash. Like if you turned up in a PLP 50, and just, instead of like getting out and arriving, you just drove around the con in it. Particularly if you electric swapped it, so there wasn't like the pollution concerns. I think that would make a, an announcement. Well, you could maybe have, maybe what you do is you mount the fennec ears on the car itself, so it becomes almost the fursuit head. Come on.
I'm on power, baby.
I mean, I think we've certainly got this car on torque, but they've got us on kilowatts for sure. Yeah, I heard that someone was, a YouTuber was trying to import one to Canada to electric swap it, but I don't know whatever happened to that. I mean, it makes perfect sense. They weigh literally nothing. So you get a lot more bang for your buck in terms of an electric motor out of it. Then you could just drive around the con floor. You wouldn't have to worry about getting a seat for the different torques. Well, that's the thing, you don't squeeze the tail in. You just attach the tail to the back of it. The peel becomes your fursuit. You're not... You might be confused, Shadow. You're not leaving that car during the con. That is your fursuit. I will accept a convertible version. So you've got your torso sticking out of the top, with the tail attached to the back of the car still. So that way you can wear like your head and well, torso. Oh, the kind of lawnmower suit of armor thing. I mean, yeah, that's basically what I've kind of pitched to you at this point. Just with fur instead of metal. Just because I think you can... I mean, obviously there's a huge thing about arriving in like a Rolls Royce or whatever. But I think there is also something about arriving in a Peel P50 and then just not leaving the car. I think that also has a certain presence to it, you know? It's also less likely that you'll be called a tosser as well, I think. I wonder if some mad lads, speaking of a peel, have ever made like a sports peel. Like a peel GTI.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Or conversely, have they ever made a off-road peel? For paddock bashing. What does a WRC peel look like? Excuse me, I'm off to execute some people. Dictator Mobile away. And also, if you want to be balling on a budget, you just pick up an Aston Martin Cygnus. Get your Aston Martin on it cheap. Rocket powered Trident. For whatever reason, that reminded me, the other way you could make a splash and a rival is if you rove in a Reliant Robin and just kind of crashed into the like lobby turnings, the parking turning circle of the hotel. Oh, who's that crashing? That's Shadow's here. As just sparks are kicked up as you slide along the ground. I mean, it's an entry. You can't deny that. And as we all know, every good entry has some pyrotechnics. Sometimes they're just more intentional than others. Holden, and I suppose Ford, but Holden was the one that I only ever saw at the Royal Easter Show here in Sydney, which is kind of like the show for the state. It's kind of a country show, but in the city, so all the farmers will come in and, you know, that's where the best cow is judged out of all the other subsidiary shows. But what I'm getting at is at that show, when we would go, that is my family would go, we would often stay for lunch, and at lunchtime, in the middle of the like central stadium, there would be sometimes a display by the Holden Precision or Special Driving Team. I can't remember which adjective they use for it. I want there to be a Reliant Robin Precision Driving Team. Now, obviously, it's probably not going to be super well done, because it's not a dynamically capable car. But I want them to crash. You know, have a shower of sparks in unison. I think that would be hilarious. Alright, let's get over there real quick. Synchronized grinding of metal. And here's the Reliant here's the Reliant Precision Driving Team. How much better would the Aston Martin Cygnus have been if Reliant was still around and they based it off the Reliant Robin instead of the Toyota Argos? That would have been fantastic. Oop, missed the corner. Okay, we're going this way now.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Gosh darn it. Wow, let's like pay attention to the GPS for a second, shall we? Yeah, I was going to say it does. Particularly that area kind of... Can't think of any better way to describe it than to like the right of the opening area, where that kind of little Spain, little Mexico kind of vibe to it. I should have lost my chain there for just running to a fence like that. I think that's a bit mean, Playground Games. Oh, yeah. It is so incredibly annoying that that is not a released single, that song. Thank goodness for places like YouTube where you can just find it relatively easily. Because sure, you've got the Riders on the Storm by the Doors or whatever, but it's not the Doors and Snoop Dogg. You need the dog. Otherwise it's not my Riders on the Storm. Also, I like this car so much.
You have arrived at your
It is legit
destination.
one of my favorite cars in the game. This is my primary... I mean, maybe because I'm just kind of... I don't know. Not that adventurous, but this is my primary... I need to get from point A to point B very quickly car. Because it handles quite well. It goes really quite fast. And frankly, it looks really quite good. Also, I just like the simple paint design I gave it. The emerald, there we go, emerald green with like the two white GT stripes. Those look really nice in this. Super Saloons! What super saloon do we want to jump in, chat? In the limousine again for the memes? The memes? Off-road rally. Okay, well, thank you very much for that. We get in the X-Pen. I reckon, however, we go Quattro. And the RS4 Avant from 2013. So it's got the rally tires. Or the dirt tires. One of those. It's not the RS4 from 2006 or so, my beloved, but this one will do. Oh, it's got quite a cool post-apocalyptic vibe to it. Oh, shortcut too. I would probably have just made it foggier. That's the only thing I would have done, I think. I think that would really sell the post-apocalyptic vibe a little bit better. Oh, there's nothing like a great estate or station wagon, right? I think that is my ideal... I guess, well, a hatch on the back is my ideal car. Be that a estate or a hatchback. Ideally a combination of both. So like a Golf R wagon. Say no more, my guy. Hold on a second. I will take that on the next lap. I'll do this shortcut for this lap. Definitely got a bit more whimsy to this. Okay, we'll do that on the next lap too. Then other circuits we've done on here. Like, frankly, if I had my way, every car lineup would look somewhat similar to the Volkswagen Golf's lineup. Specifically like the Volkswagen Golf from like 2010s. So there's a sedan version in the Jetta. It's fine. Got the wagon version. You've got sports versions. You've got an off-road version. You know, you've got a little bit of everything. Oh, sick. Oh, less sick. That's the dream. Ow. Sideways. Yes. Another fine example of a wagon. Or particularly a performance wagon too. For better or worse, the current WRX wagon is only in automatic form. But apparently it's not a terrible automatic. Let's take a different Aston Martin this time. Take a DB11. Got some proper grand touring going on.
meters. Turn left. Turn left.
There was one, because I've seen one on a second-hand car website here. At least I think it was a Evo. It was definitely a Lancer, a performance Lancer. And I think it was all-wheel drive too. But it was definitely older. Probably like 8th, Evo 8 kind of generation, or younger, or older than that. Lovely. Not as on the road as I would like it to be. That pillar just in the way, so it blocks out my character. Put that there, so it's going from left to right. Take the shot. Put that up there so you can easily take it out. Oh, no, I don't want to take a photo, sorry. Almost took a screenshot. I feel like it takes such a long time to save a screenshot in this game. Or to share the screenshot. More accurately. James Bond's having a bit of trouble there. I think my interest in wagons is also partly why I really like the kind of shooting brake form factor, like the BMW X3M, where it's like a coupe and a station wagon in one. Like, I was just thinking, it'd probably be an absolute abomination, but an Aston Martin DB11 shooting brake slash station wagon could be pretty tight.
In 400 meters.
Yeah, like the Ferrari FF.
Turn right. In 200 meters. Turn left. Turn left.
We'll get the full horn eventually, chat.
You have arrived at your destination.
I've definitely developed a love for the shooting brake body type in the last couple of years. Okay, what car do we want to try out? I mean, there's plenty of Ferraris we could drive. 575, for example. Take the Countach out. I don't think we've ever driven the Countach in this game. Let's do that. Let's drive the Countach for once. Because as a rule of thumb, I really don't like the Countach. I know to many it's like quintessentially Lamborghini, but it is just such a, I don't know, 80s car. Yeah, I guess in the woods, but I think it's partly because it's just such a, hold on. It's just such a busy car in my mind. Like, I've never liked these vents here or this one there. The actual shape of it is not terrible, but like, to live with, it's apparently just the worst thing in the entire world. And frankly, I prefer, like, if I was given the option between this, like there was this one here and there was a Lamborghini Gallardo over here and they said take one, I would take the Gallardo. Like 100 times over, probably. Maybe I'm just being too much of a pragmatist. I mean, then again, I don't particularly like the Diablo either, to be honest. I'm definitely an all-wheel drive era Lamborghini fan. Unsubscribe. I am well aware that I'm almost certainly in the minority here. Just like in the world, in terms of like not appreciating the older Lamborghinis. That said, I adore the Miura no end. Just these ones, not a fan. Ow. That wasn't intentional. I don't know why I developed that dislike for this car either. It's not new. Even back in the days of like Need for Speed 3 and stuff, like the first racing game that I ever played, I just didn't like the Countach that much. Oh yeah? I don't know where I'd say Lamborghini peaked, to be honest. Though I do think my all-time favorite was probably the Gallardo. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just an Audi Lamborghini fan, or a Volkswagen Motor Group Lamborghini fan. The Huracan is a fantastic looking car as well. There's just something about the Gallardo. Maybe it's that kind of... What's the word? I don't know, like that kind of poster effect, you know? The cars that you have or would have had on your wall as a poster when you were growing up. And the Gallardo is that for me. Because that's just my age. I was just a little bit too young for a Diablo and far too young for a Countach to be like the poster on the wall. I think it's also just that I don't like their hero cars now that I think about it. Because I've never been a huge fan of the Murcielago either. I would take a Gallardo, or Gallardo, however you pronounce it, over the Murcielago. And probably the same with the Huracan and the Aventador. So maybe it's just the hero car thing. But let's take this to the garage. Let's see what we can do with her. I'm not surprised. I mean, it has been around for quite a while. Probably 10 years at least. And the Aventador's not long for this world either. If it's still around even, I can't remember. Means it'll just be the thing, whatever it's called, the SUV, whose name escapes me. A replacement for the Aventador or the Huracan? So we can get a racing V12 or a regular V12. Ah, okay. Let's try and take this to the top of S. At least. Oh, top of A, sorry, at least. Get some nicer rims on this. Something that's, you know, more modern, but also still kind of somewhat retro. Okay, I have not heard that name before. Interesting. I'll be interested to see what they do with it. Ah, that's right, there's the reboot Countach, wasn't there? I was going to use that in Need for Speed Unbound, but then I discovered there wasn't a wide body kit on it, so I was like, nah. I'm in it for the wide body kit. Let's do that. Come on, let's go at least 16s. While we're here, try and get some semi-slicks on it. Good brakes. That good race suspension. They do that quite often now that I think about it, Lamborghini, because they did a kind of similar thing with the Reventon, whatever, however it was actually pronounced. They did a similar thing with that too, where they kind of released this somewhat concept car, and then the actual car comes out, and it's like, oh, this is actually just the same thing. Ecoista. And I am actually tempted to have a look at that. Oh, this one. The fully functional model is based on the Gallardo. There you go. I mean, could have fooled me, right? It's from 2013. Gee, that looks science fiction there. Science fiction as hell. They also did the excuse me. There was like a what was it? A Huracan Safari or whatever. That looked kind of neat. Okay, the Revulto looks really like the Lycan Hypersport from the front. Like, really like it. Hold on, chat. Let me bring it up. Let's show the class. Like, I feel like that looks really like the Lycan Hypersport, right? It's not a bad looking car by any stretch. It also really doesn't look that much like another Lamborghini, I feel. This isn't a bad thing. I do like the exhaust pipes though a lot. The back of the car does look very nice. Yes, I can see that. And this down here, this diffuser, has a real Centenario vibe to it as well, I feel. This kind of black section here, very Centenario. I mean, it is a good looking car. That's a lot of power, 765 kilowatts. Damn. Only 800 newton meters of torque though, that's really not that much for 3 electric motors. It's really quite a little. I mean, they've always had this obsession with like straight lines, right? I mean, 10 Ks of electric range is nice, but at that point you might as well just not even a try, right? 10 Ks is not going to get you anywhere. Like, at all. Front E axle. So the rear wheels driven only by the ICE engine, and the front is done by the electric? Curious. Sorry for the ads, chat. A lot of cars seem to be doing this as well. I think there was a Ferrari not long ago that did it too. I don't get that. I mean, I guess it is very much for like showing off to the boys. Or babe. Bay, I should say. Being like, check it out, look how fast this car's going. Am I right? But also, like, doesn't matter. You'll feel how fast it's going. The Essenza Countach LPI 800-4 Cyan. Where was it? There was a car in here that I saw before where I was just like browsing. I think it was this one, the Zagato. Yeah, that one. Ah, that one also. There are some concept cars in here that just really get my motor running, you know? I think that might be one too. Yes. This one looks so nice. Like, damn. That would have been like probably my choice of a Lamborghini. But unfortunately, it was shelved in favor of the Urus SUV. Damn it. It just looks sick. Oh, there you go. I figured the engine would be in the front. It's a weird back panel. I figured it was a GT car. That's a more traditional GT car with the engine in the front, like this one here, which is older but also very cool. I think this came out about the same time, the concept, about the same time as the Rapide. And yeah, I would destroy that car. That would be so nice. Yeah, so I guess they apparently went for the Urus again. Well, hey, Sarah. The LMA, okay, so that's that. What's this one? Nothing? Nothing? What? No. There's another one in here. The Miura Concept from Horizon 1. Great car. Let's have a look at that one too. I believe Woods mentioned that one. We'll have a look at that one too. The Flying Star 2. The sequel to everyone's favorite, Flying Star. The Lamborghini Bravo. Athon. That sounds like an AMD processor. That's the one we looked at. Oh, I saw this one too when I was looking at the previous one. Hell yeah. Me and the boys getting in our Lamborghini to go to the airport for our 4 a.m. flight. Is a 5-door minivan featuring gull-wing doors in the front and sliding doors in the back. Oh, that's so cringe. It does, doesn't it? Or like something from Total Recall that you'd see on Mars. So it had a 340 kilowatt V12 engine found in the Countach, mated to a 3-speed automatic gearbox. Oof. That is rough as hell. Genesis was significantly slower than the Countach, though. That's not surprising, seeing as it weighed 1,800 kilograms and had shorter gear ratios with the Chrysler 3-speed transmission. Did anyone really think they were going to make this? Really? I didn't. Where was this Ceraton? Special edition Cerato. Is this the... Yeah, this is the off-road one. This is incredibly cool in my mind. Oh yeah, I would just... That would be so fun, the school run in this van. Drifting around the corner in second gear because it goes to like 200 kilometers an hour. Ah, dear. I mean, really? Why would you do that? Who would think that's a good idea? So this is just this. That is the image of the concept car. Not super useful. Unless there's more images online. There are. And boy howdy are they not great. Oh, it's got double... It's got... scissor suicide doors? I guess is what you'd call them. Which is definitely a look. Like, you would not mistake that for anything else. It does. Very, yeah, very much that kind of 90s view of the future, right? This was my favorite car from Horizon 1. The Miura concept car. Very cool. So we saw that one. This is the one that I wanted to look at before. Like, that actually looks really cool. And not at all like Ford Probe. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can see that. But I mean, look at all these other ones, like the Pontiac Sunfire, Buick Wildcat. It's just behind my head here. They're all basically, like you say, RoboCop cars. All of these. This seemed to be the era of like, let's just make something that looks kind of like RoboCop. Yeah, right? This reminds me of the Honda CRV, the hybrid car, which strangely had a manual gearbox from like 2010, I think it was. Now that is a door. That is cool. I want to exist in a world populated entirely by Japanese concept cars from the 80s. I'll be the judge of that, thank you, Jalopnik. Well, are you going to show the rest of the article, or is it just comments? Damn, look at that. That is just a straight up Tonka truck. But that is a Group B monster in the making right there. That is so cool. That looks like a Citroen concept car more than anything. Now that, the Mitsubishi MP90X, that is the most RoboCop car I've seen all night. Oh, hell yeah, Nissan Cube. Now that is the cubiest Nissan Cube I've seen. Look at that. Mid-4 Type 2. That actually looks pretty sick. That one. I don't know why, but that one really speaks to me. That one is just a sedan. Like, that is just the archetypal sedan. That's kind of cool too, actually. Don't know why that one's speaking to me as well, but that is kind of cool. That one... Look at those headlights. That one's just kind of funky. So cute! Tiny car! Tiny. Also tiny. It's a little winch. Oh, is this the first RAV4? There you go, wow. I recognize that car. Yeah, the HS2 is a nice looking car. I feel like I've seen that from a different angle. The weird bump from the front, it does look a bit funky though. Yeah, well, here it is in Gran Turismo 6. Y'all get any more of these concept cars? Damn, that is another one which is just like, describe sedan for me. Oh, well, it kind of looks like this. Wow, that is a really futuristic interior. Like, that is pretty much a car's interior today. It's crazy. Just with a bigger screen in the middle. Hell yeah, 80s as hell. Classic. Quattro Spider concept. Love it. Like, I would probably enjoy Forza Horizon 4 if there was just, or just Forza Horizon, sorry, what did I say 4? Forza Horizon full stop, if it was just entirely populated by concept cars. This looks awfully similar to that Lamborghini bus. This is just an Isetta that needs to lose some weight. The hell is this? Is this the sports version of the C10? I mean, I can see this is clearly like it feels like a very kind of, I've just discovered aerodynamics and, well, I'm just going to make the most aerodynamic car I can. Ford Indigo, that does sound familiar though. Let's check it out. Ah, yes, this one. A classic. I never really liked the kind of kit style. Almost reminds me of that the blind engineer from Star Trek Next Generation. That kind of light bar thing. And what was this one? The Ferrari Consiglio? Ugh. If it didn't have lights in the front wheel arches, I think this would probably look really tight. But it does. So it doesn't. Very League of Extraordinary Gentlemen vibe. Mustang 1. Let's check this one out. Concepts. Oh. Is it this one here? Because if so, that is quite the looker. Or is it this one here? This one's kind of reminds me of like a convertible Thunderbird or something almost. With that weird kind of roll bar / spoiler. Okay, so this one. Chrysler Kronos. So is it must be rear engine, right? Nice big picture there. The exhaust pipes stick out a little bit much for my taste. I think I definitely prefer it if it had a roof, but it is an interesting car. I do like the taillights though. Those kind of semi-recessed. Almost like they're like pop-up ones. Chrysler Kronos. Oh, this one. The kind of 300C concept car. So it kind of looks like the 300C was stepped on a little bit and, you know, like squidged out. A V4 though is a cool engine. I like that because it's just different. I will bring up my favorite concept car, basically ever, I think. Lincoln MKR concept car. This bad boy right here. For whatever reason, I saw this when I was in year 11, and it's just stuck with me. It is an incredible looking car, in my opinion. I just really liked the really large split grille it had, or has. I think it just is a very unfortunate fact that it didn't follow this quite striking design language. I mean, they did a little bit, as we can see here, but this car just looks tight as hell, in my opinion. Just had a lot of presence to it. Also, the inside was really nice. Interior. Oh, the inside was quite nice. Straightforward, touchscreen, touch for the gear changes. It's just nice. I liked it. Now let's have a look at this. A Tal Design Macchiato? Makimoto? Come on. Come on. I just want to select it. Fine, I'll type in the ITA myself. Oh yeah, this one. This is 100% RoboCop. Like here's the RoboCop SWAT team on the way over. I mean, I'll give them their dues. They're definitely trying new things out, right? Renault Tresno. Oh yes, this one. Oh yes, this one too. Forgot it does that. There's another car that does that. It's a Saab. 2002, I think? No. Concept car. I saw it in the flesh. It was at the Sydney Motor Show. This one. The Saab Aero X. Has a similar thing with the roof. Very cool. That's just probably the coolest way to get into a car, right? Just lift up the entire front. I do like Saabs, and I don't think that's just because I work in architecture. I think I do miss them. Particularly like the Saabs, what are they, the Aero wagons? The more modern ones. Well, it probably helps if I spell it correctly, wouldn't it? No. 9-3 wagon 2007. Yeah, these ones. With like the vertical frosted tail lights. I quite like that. Don't know why. It's like it. Dodge Sidewinder. Again, that sounds familiar. Woods? Okay, that was not what I was thinking it was. It says like there was this... Wasn't there a Plymouth or something? Something very similar to this. This kind of ute convertible... Well, pickup convertible thing. I mean, this was this kind of... Like 97, late 90s, early 2000s. This kind of retro period came through, right? Surprisingly modern, though, in its design language. What was the other one? Oh, the other one that I wanted to show as well. Okay, two E's. Is the 908 concept. This one here was also quite cool in my eyes. Because it's a 4-door, but it's a rear engine. It was originally, because this was back in 2006. So it had I think it was planned on having like a V10 diesel? V12 diesel in the back. I think, oh, that's a great photo. That's a bit better. Again, a surprisingly modern cockpit. But I think that's kind of neat. A rear engine 4-door car. Very cool. Anyway, we are still in the Horizon category, so we should probably return to Horizon. And specifically, to our Countach. Which we're going to take online. And see if we can win something. Or podium. I mean, that was from 2006, and I think we can all agree that 2006 was a very different time for cars. I mean, for one, the Australian car industry existed. That doesn't exist anymore. I'm going to sell that. Custom racing. Oh, hold on. Let's give this a look at paint first. So we don't look super basic, bitch. Oh, the Fiat Multipa. Ugh. But again, I would love to have that in Forza. Hate the car, but I would love to drive it in Forza. That would also been fantastic if we could have had that in Need for Speed Unbound, just to have a wide body kit on that. I think that would look fantastic in a Liberty Walk wide body kit. Absolutely hilarious. One thing I didn't check before on this car that I will do now is I want to see if I can take the rear wing off. Because I think sans rear wing, it might look a bit better in my eyes. I know that might be sacrilegious. I mean, it's a nicer rear wing. It really hammers the top speed. What does it? Because it really helps the handling. It only loses 30 k's off top speed. Isn't too much. Give it a shot. Yeah. And we can use it to put in a little bit more power, baby. I enjoyed that concept car sojourn we had. That is quite literally my favorite part about cars and or car magazines, is like the concept cars. Not as many of them these days, but still fantastic. Let's check the tuning. Okay, let's turn down the diff just a skosh. Maybe turn down the rear wing a little bit. Oh, it's fantastic. Because that is literally the part I most enjoy about cars. The looks of them, as you've probably gathered. I'm not super up on like how they work or whatever, which is why things like Car Mechanic Simulator have been so good, because they have been educational for me. It's more how they look that really matters for me. And I feel like concept cars are like the purest form, obviously, because there's very little in the way of restrictions. And sometimes you have a car, like particularly the one that stands out to me is the Land Rover Evoque, where the concept car looks almost exactly like the production car. And that's quite amazing, really. Oh, that'll be such a good feeling. The closest thing I've had to that is in university in my final semester. We had to go to New Zealand. So in university, every semester you design a building in architecture, at least at UTS where I studied. And in my final semester, we were tasked with designing little pavilions to do at a festival they were running in Christchurch in New Zealand. And for this one in particular, different to every other one that I'd done, we actually were going to build them. And there was something so nice about actually standing inside of something that you had designed and then assembled yourself. And having it like work and be an actual space to be inside. So I imagine it'll be something like that when you finally get the old girl back on the road. This feeling of like, I did this, at least in part. This is entirely unrealistic. I shouldn't be able to see that much out of the rear view mirror. I mean, I get that feeling of accomplishment in even, like, banal like, a couple of weeks ago I put in some new downlights. I replaced old regular downlights with smart Philips Hue downlights. And just having them set up and working is a huge sense of achievement. To be like, yeah, I did that. Well, actually, one of the greatest sense of achievement I had was, in recent times that I can think of at the top of my head, is I broke a toilet seat. It would have been at least, 10 years old. It came with the apartment. And then I replaced it. And, I'd never done anything like that before, and I did it myself. I didn't even watch a YouTube video. And I was like, hell yeah. Nice. I did it. Those are some good quality serotonins right there. Or like when I put together the some of the stuff for the stream, like when a new person follows, that little thing drops down from the top. Or when someone, at least I think it does, I've never been able to catch it. In theory, when someone says their first words, something will pop up from the bottom of the screen. And just kind of doing the semi-coding / graphic design work for that, and then having it hopefully work, is really cool. Yeah, I think it's that feeling of like, I'm doing something. I do wonder how much of it is, like, I don't think it is. The tangent I'm going on is, I feel like a lot of my life is affected by the capitalistic urge to be doing something, to be productive in the moment. And I was just kind of wondering out loud and in my head if that, what we're talking about there is part of that as well. I don't think it is. I think it is just the human, the kind of, accomplishment. Like, I've made fire. I can provide for tribe. I don't think it's inherently capitalistic. Oh, that's loading in. Let's open that up. Let's jump back in. Yup. That's part of the reason why I'm job hunting currently. And or being more regular in buying of my lottery tickets. Okay, so there's 2 GR86s, but otherwise it's a fairly diverse pack we've got here. I have a feeling we're not going to be super quick though, chat. Hopefully we'll be quicker in the corner thanks to the spoiler, but I guess we'll find out. I mean, I think I've said it before on the stream, but the dream 100% would be to acquire a 130. For whatever reason, that has become like the dream car for me, and I don't entirely know why. But that would be a really choice. Just a really nice kind of hot hatch. But yeah, just even just the simple ability to not be ultra worried about currency when you're doing things. Oh, we're moving up. I think primarily due to other people's incompetence more than anything. But I will not complain. We've got someone bearing down on us. I went around the corner. Because I broke while I was cornering, so the diff locked up. Oh well, we did pretty well. We're not coming last, so... I mean, knock on wood. Race ain't over yet. Yeah, I mean... I don't really buy that much expensive stuff. I have, say, I think I've got 4 Twitch subscriptions that I pay for various channels that I watch and or enjoy, and or friends that I want to support. And there is a part of me that's like, should I be having all of these subscriptions? Because they are an outlay that is, you know, not necessary. Yeah, the controller's just vibrating for some reason. Okay, it stopped vibrating. Thankfully. Like I told the people I had, the Bible study people I had dinner with last night, about how I'm planning on having a break. And they were like, oh, you could go overseas or something, like across to New Zealand or whatever. And I definitely could. I mean, I've got 3 weeks off. I could definitely go over to New Zealand. But I'm also like, I don't really have the... Like, I'm not living paycheck to paycheck, but I don't really have the buffer. I don't want to eat into my buffer by going to New Zealand, you know? I would love to go to New Zealand, but unfortunately I'm not in the financial situation to go to New Zealand. So it's a more local vacation for me, thank you. AM177. I didn't see it before. A fine choice. Everything just costs so much these days. There you go, the GR86s. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, we're not too desperate, so I'm not gonna cry too much of a river. But it's crazy looking at or remembering what the old mortgage repayments were when I first acquired this place a little over 18 months ago, and now it's just night and day. It's quite literally almost doubled. Carbon ceramics. Oh, that's not the right way, Ben. D-Just has missed a checkpoint. Better hold off D-Just. Oh, almost certainly. I mean, but that's... I feel like that's the nature of those kind of projects, though, right? The person who restores them will almost certainly spend more money than what would it actually be worth. But I feel like that's not... I feel like what it's worth is not an inherently good measure of the value of it, right? Like, it's going to be worth, yeah, worth it. You've got the enjoyment, the kind of learned skills, the relationships that develop from it through, like, working on it with friends or just, like, the contractors you associate with. And then what you were saying before, like, that feeling of, like, turning the key for the first time and then taking it on the road. Like, I don't know if you can really put a price tag on that. I mean, obviously you can. I'm not going to pay like $1 million for it. But I think it's probably not worth it to use a double negative. Yeah, that's the only thing. Particularly because you're in a more rural setting as well. And I mean, if the world knows one thing about rural English roads, they're not wide. Bruh. Comes in free. Bollocks. Oh, there goes that man's everything. I don't know what happened there. He looked like I was driving straight ahead. Maybe there's some network issues on his end. But they're not on mine. Because normally Forza Horizon is pretty eager to tell me I've got network issues. Yeah, I imagine the motorbikes is significantly easier to navigate on the roads. There's always that, I mean, I've got a friend who's a motorcyclist. There's always that kind of fear of death, I guess, associated with riding a motorcycle, you know? Yeah, you're right. It would be fantastic motorcycle weather. Oh, it would. I mean, you're not having to, you know, propel, what, almost 2 tons of vehicle and yourself. It's just basically, you know, a couple 100 kilos and yourself. Just so much more efficient. Yeah, you would. I don't think I've ever actually ridden a motorcycle. Or even like a dirt bike or anything like that. Hey, I didn't come last because someone joined. Hell yeah. Winner. Driving nothing. Me Jojo. Winner just using the force of his own mind. I feel like it's, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a little bit of a scaredy cat, but it's just a little bit too quick for me. I don't know. I've never really had the opportunity to. The closest I've had the opportunity to do that is on a mission trip I used to go on church. One of the people who went on it had family where we went out in the country, and they had a property there with several dirt bikes, and we would do a tour and people would get in cars or on dirt bikes. And I would always get in the car. I feel like you're just a sucker for the 80s, Shadow. What other car do we want to try out? The Jag could be nice. Try the BMW i8. We haven't really given that a fair shake. Nothing wrong with that. The big decade, the 80s. What happened? Shadow was born. Other things, probably. Oh, that's a very green brake caliper there. I don't know what I was thinking about that one. Bit too green. Cadbury Caramel Bunny. Well, we're going to have to investigate that one, Shadow. Scary KZ1R. Nice choice. 370Z. Nice. In one... I'm in mum car? I'm in my mum car. Needs an S there. Okay, so far so good. .370 is impatient. Overcooked it a little bit. I don't really know if I ever had that kind of experience of, like the furry signs, as it were. Certainly not that early on. I mean, I enjoyed Robin Hood, the Disney film, that is. But I don't think it was inherently because of the anthropomorphic foxes and what have you. That probably didn't hurt. Pretty well for a car that I have done no tuning to, I'm pretty sure. Oh, he says as he veers wildly off the road. Yes, that was a remarkably good depiction, I guess is how you describe it. I feel like that's one of the few good things about that film, to be honest. I've heard pretty mixed things about it. Little bit of a cocked leg there, front wheel coming up a little bit. Cadbury. Caramel. Bunny. I expected it to be somewhat more caramel. Just kind of an Easter Bunny style character. Oopsie, sorry. I mean, I feel like it's definitely the case. Like, half the lifting is always done by the voice actor, right? Hilltop Descent. Well, we've got an Integra now. Time to zoom. I'm not zooming as much as I was hoping to be zooming. I reckon with a little bit of tuning on this bad boy, it could be all time. The handling just needs a once over, I think. So it's got that kind of, you know, jowl feel to it. TM. Jowl feel TM to it. That's better. Okay, that's a bit more car resistant than I was hoping it to be. just gonna have to be happy with 5th. Let's just try and cross the line. Oh, for flip's sake. I'm not gonna cross the line, chat. I know the checkpoint was missed. I was there, game. I was right there with you. How could you fail me, I8? You've got such nice backlights. Well, the Integra dropped out. So did the Sylvia. What did that make sound like a pickup line? Now I'm gonna have to go back and scrub through it and see if I can get a sweet ticky top out of it. Was it at least a good pickup light? You have such nice backlights. Hey baby, you got real nice backlights. I mean, you'd at least ask a follow-up question, right? Like, which asylum did you escape from? Do you need help finding your way home? Are you lost? And then you're in. You're in the conversation. Got him. Why, Commander, are you trying to seduce me? Maybe I am. I'll never tell. I'll only reveal it right when we're about to exchange rings. Be like, yes. Babe, I was actually trying to seduce you all along. And I will marry you. Get out of the way, X-Class. Ow. I'm definitely the kind of person that would try and do that. I have a real... I don't know what the word is. Fear, I guess? Of, like, telling someone that I'm trying to do something. Like, outside of any kind of furry stuff, I haven't told my parents, or really not many people at all, that I am streaming. Because if it doesn't work, I like the idea that I can just pretend that I didn't try. So I'd be very likely to never tell anyone that I was like dating someone until the moment that I was married. Be like, actually I was dating someone. Ideally, no one would know. Because then, if it doesn't work out, I can just pretend like I didn't attempt it. Which is obviously a terrible way to look at things. But here we are. I'm gonna try that car again. Yeah, a little bit of that. But I think I'm going to take it to the old garage and just tune it a little bit. What's that guy holding? Like a, oh, it's a treasure chest. Looks like a electric motor or something. Been driving the BMW i8 for too long. Seeing electric motors everywhere now. Come on, drop me out of the sky. I mean, yeah, I'd probably try and do the same. It's that weird obsession that I feel like society has. Society of like wanting to be effortless, like no practice. You are just good at the piano or whatever. But obviously that's impossible. You have to practice. But I've got a feeling, and I don't think it's uncommon, of just like fear of being bad at it. Let's turn the camber down. Oh, those two. Oh, well, we gotta have a look at that. Gotta get a diff in here. Yeah, that'll do. That's probably the closest one.
In 100 meters, turn right. In 200 meters.
Gonna run an ad while we go shopping for diffs.
Turn left. In 200 meters, turn left.
Now, I've heard that it's very much a thing that people look for. I don't know. I don't know if that would be a deal breaker or not for me. But then again, I've never really thought about it in that sense. I still feel like I'm very, not quite uncomfortable, but new to the idea of referring to myself even as a furry. Oh, absolutely. I think there's definitely things in that for everyone, right? Like, I had a friend who was looking to set me up with a lady, and, you know, I asked what she did and that kind of stuff, and one of the questions I asked was, what church did she attend? And he said, I don't think she does attend one. So I said, sorry, that's going to be a non-starter for me. So yeah, I totally get it. Okay, now that we've got a diff, yeah, I feel like that's, I mean, that is such a common thing. Like, you just can't do that, you know? As much as you might want to, you just can't change someone. Not because you don't want to do it, but just because you can't change someone. You just have to live with the person that you are with. And if you can't, then, well, maybe they're not for you. And that's okay. Not everyone has to be for you. But you just kind of have to come to terms with that. Okay, I think we're feeling a little bit better. Just go road this time. Yeah. In particular, it's just like, come on, it's a profile picture. Ow! Custom racing. I hope you didn't just total your car, because you're about to race custom. We've probably missed the Horizon Mexico circuit, unfortunately. I mean, until very recently, I had the same profile pic forever. It was a Arma 3 forum profile picture that was released as like a promo pack, press kit kind of thing from like the announcement of the game. Probably 13 years ago, 12 years ago. Only in the last year where I've changed it over to the channel logo, Jow saluting on a Dazzle pattern background. Oh, that's cool. There are two things in the way of me getting a commission done. Currency, and the fact that I don't actually have a ref sheet. Also the fact that I have, wisely or otherwise, had given myself robotic limbs, which is not every artist's cup of tea. So that severely limits things. It's not what you'd call rapid acceleration, but it is definitely surging. Like it's a constant acceleration this car has. Something I'll keep in mind. But the immediate future for me is getting the VTuber done, which means getting the 3D changes done, finalized, getting it textured, and trying to acquire a used iPhone. Specifically, I think an iPhone 11 or later, because I've got a slightly wider front-facing camera. So that's the focus of the funds. That said, I will open up that link. Thank you kindly. Oh, excuse me, yawning. I mean, it is almost Saturday here. let's see if we can do a little bit better with the i8. I think I haven't set it up quite right. I think I've focused a little bit too much on the handling. So like it doesn't have any kind of get up and go. But we'll see, maybe I was just not used to it last time. I think the changes in handling, what have you, have definitely helped. Okay. I don't think I've really used the M8 at all. That's interesting. Alright, here we go. Setting up event. Let's go. Time to race. The classic M3, of course. The GTR, of course. Pontiac Trans Am, of course. That's this week's unlock. 2 Nissan GTRs and a 360 CS. Pretty standard. I haven't encountered it, at least. Now we are corporeal. Right in time to get bumped by the BMW. Hot BMW on BMW action. It is a cool vehicle, the Hot Wheels Trans Am. It's like the story behind it, the fact that the guy moved the engine further into the car, so it's more of a mid-engine rather than a front-engine car. It's just very cool to me. I mean, it'll probably be in the auction house, though, eventually. If not currently. So there'll be people like me who unlocked it and are just kind of like, it's kind of neat. But it's definitely going to be the kind of car that just sits in my garage. And it's the second time I ran into that wall. Where's the guy? Well, going first is a long way ahead. Get a bit of beef between these two fellas, though. I had a feeling the M3 GTR was a little bit of a dirty racer. It's interesting because the last two lobbies have been pretty alright. In terms of dickheads. But I get the sneaking suspicion that this M3 GTR might be a dickhead, unfortunately. Hopefully there hasn't been an echo, because I just realized I've had my speakers on the entire time. So my apologies if that has ruined any audio experience that you might be having. Fast traveling to destination. The destination being the void. Void race, void race. It's like the opposite of Rainbow Road. Instead of being this whimsical and infuriating circuit in space, it's just the vastness of space, that's it. The race starts and you go to accelerate and you move forward slightly, but as your springs in the suspension rebound, you lift off slightly. Is that a mod to Wreckfest Rainbow Road? Okay, that is really sealing the deal. I saw it was on sale on Steam. That's very tempting. Have to have another look at that one then. Okay. Gonna have to get serious about those Gumtree listings I've been meaning to make. Get rid of some stuff. Okay, well, it took a while. Hopefully there's a few more people here. Yes, there are. There's another M3, this time from 05 though. There's an 86 from 22, an Alexis RCF. Maybe another GTR? I think they were both here to begin with. Bro's just doing it on purpose. Yeah, there's no way that would have ended well going 3 wide into a corner like that. Such aggression, guys. Chill out. His only game. Why you have to be mad? Yeah, hot Nissan on Nissan action right there. Hot tuner on tuner accent. Accent? What was that? Action. Mid-sentence stroke. I feel like it's definitely more at home on this circuit than any of the previous tracks we've encountered. Because we don't have a huge top speed, but we do have pretty high handling and acceleration. So all these corners and the limited straights work out pretty well for us. The RCF is right on my ass. That's probably not going to help. No, it's not. Ah, beans. Oh well. We had a good run though. I'm disappointed we missed on the Horizon Mexico circuit. That would have been... That's a really great circuit. I love that one. This was really nice to drive around, like those flowing corners and everything. It just feels really nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason they said it. The whatever it was, the test track where it is, because it is just a really nice circuit. Thank you, Sergeant. Oh, jeez. I wouldn't say it's fast traveling, this is just traveling to the other players at this point. I'm almost in... Just like this. Okay. The Sports 800 65. I don't recognize that name. Probably recognize it when I see it, but I don't recognize the name. Oh, it's the Toyota. Damn, that thing's just shooting up. That left me behind like I was standing still. This I'm Scrata is very much a full contact racer. Bringing disrepute to the name of BMW. Which normally I wouldn't care about, but as a fellow BMW driver tonight, I do. Okay, didn't go off the bridge. Corner. There we go. On the gas. I didn't realize we had a Mustang in here. That was very close, Joe. Come on, buddy. Boxed in like I'm in a cop chase. I did better than I expected. I was really worried about a sprint race. Well, we beat two 360s, so that's pretty good.
Who likes good news? Everyone? Then good news, everyone!
Well, thank you for the follow, Woods. I appreciate that. I'm glad that my racing performance convinced you to follow. Well, I won't say no to 300,000 credit. Always nice. Alright. It is Saturday. It is 12:15 a.m. It is time to raid out, chat. As they say in the business, this fox is eepy. Alright, we are going to raid out Kusaki Desu. They are currently playing through Resident Evil 3. Thank you very much for joining me tonight, for however long you were able to. I appreciate it immensely regardless. Follow me here and/or join the Discord here to find out what is going on. Tomorrow we will probably be looking at Car Mechanic Simulator. Though that's not 100%. It's just 99% the case. I'm going to try raid message. I'm going to say that. I might just be the only one to say that, but that's fine. So, I hope you have a good Friday and or start to your Saturday. Until I see you next time, enjoy yourself. Let's go say hi to Kusaki.